All right, gamers. Let's do this. I can't wait to lose 50-50. I cannot wait to lose 50-50 on Chi-Chi again. I'm on my way to C6 Chi-Chi. Oh, baby. Honestly, once you get C6 of a 5-star character, you should stop being able to get that character.
You must have a whole bunch of questions after our last conversation with Nahida. Paimon was ready to ask her a million more questions, but didn't want to seem too pushy. Like, about these Descenders. So, does that just mean people like you who come traveling to Teyvat from someplace else? And as for your brother... Whew, so many questions. Let's go find Nahida and see what else we can find out.
Oh my god, all the lights just changed. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm so hyped for this, but this is gonna have to wait because I gotta do polls and story first. Alright, let's try the man. Let's try him out.
Yeah.
Behold. What?
The wind rises. You dare to gaze upon me?
You fucking what? This might be one of the sickest characters they've made, if not the sickest. That's awesome. Holy shit. If I do have to spend for this man, I will not regret it. That was sick. Okay, anyway. Time for copium. Tatsune Miku. Just kidding. Alright guys, you ready? You ready for pain and suffering? I don't have a lot of primos, but I'm probably gonna have to buy some, but I'm pretty close, I think. But yeah. I'm probably gonna lose 50-50, because that's just how it goes for me. Okay! If it just ends right there, I'll be happy. Give me Faruzan as well, though. Please. Let's go, dude! You'll love to see it. Now, Faruzan, please. Faruzan. I know I'm getting a little greedy. Okay, well, we got... Hello, Mr. One Kill Wonder. I recognize that. I feel anyway. Do I know you from the past? I think I recognize you from the past. Either that or you share the name with someone. Okay, so yes, you are someone I know from the past. How are you? Oh, we got him. Do I get greedy and try to get Faruzan too, though? I mean, I have to, right? It's my rule. We're just gonna do single pulls. Minecraft, yeah. Minecraft and GTA. Come on. Give me Faruzan, please. I gotta pull for the waifus, Minnie. Even if they are 4 stars. I'm just gonna go for 2 more 4-stars, and then I'll stop. Oh my god, come on. Okay, Faruzan. Let's go, dude! 110 pull for Wanderer, and however many pulls that took for Faruzan. We're done. We did it. We did it. Let's go. That's my best pull session ever. It wasn't pain and misery. I needed that after Nahida's, dude. Nahida's was so bad. Woo. I haven't even collected my primos from compensation yet. Woo. Let's go. Oh my god, the wishes didn't kill my frame rate. I don't actually restart my game.
Once there was a
Yeah, I don't know why they replay this every time. Like, once you see it once, I don't feel like I should play again. Okay, so I need to do... I need to do dailies. Something happened in the Adventurers Handbook? Oh, new domains. Oh, yes. Invocation TCG.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's like almost to the point where we can have R5 on all of them. So, okay, but anyway, let's do dailies real quick. I need to kill that robot bastard. And then we can do Archon Quest, which I'm really excited for. Yeah. Go hit up the bot main real quick. But anyway, how are you, Mr. One Kill Wonder? Oh, alright. You have a good one.
Roll.
That's a... Minnie, that's a old viewer. Like, probably like, what, 6 years ago now, maybe? Good. Glad to hear.
Incoming!
The wind knows me. Falling leaves.
Adorn my...
Committed to memory. Allow me.
With sword comes shadow. Speed of light.
Come on, get his ass, get his ass, get his ass.
Incoming. Speed of light.
Gotcha. That's crazy. I suppose a lot of people do actually just have me in their subscriptions though, so. Okay, daily commissions, go. We got speed run. Yeah, I'll go get more mushrooms for you. Come on now. Actually, I'm gonna switch to my other team for friendship's sake, because 3 of them are not max friendship. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Actually, never mind. Kokomi is. 2 of you are not max friendship. I considered putting Candace in there. away, go away. Oh, actually, can Nikita just cheese this? Actually, curious.
I see everything.
Aw, she can't. That would have been so funny. Give me the shrooms. Oh. Anyways, Minnie, how is your getting old day going? Getting so old. Oh my god. Next thing you know, you'll be walking with a cane. You'll be like, back in my day, we rode dinosaurs to school. Dude, I feel like I'm gonna be like a kid forever. Change the way shadows work because they look way less stable. My settings changing. That was copium. Checking that setting. Our quality's on high. Oh, they brought Small back. I like FSR though. Or is Small better? No, I like FSR. Oh yeah, the shadows look fine now. I think Small was fucking with them. It's a Sumpter Beast.
It's time to act. Rain cutter.
Committed to memory.
Holy shit, Nikita, don't die. Okay. We'll go kill the mechanical thing one more time after we do this one. Go! Come here, you light. Oops, that was a... Is that actually... No, that was wrong. No, that's wrong. Over here. Go get the mechanical thing, then we'll go do that last daily. Then we'll go see Catherine. And then we'll do work on.
Days are so warm and cozy. They make me sleep.
She probably should have done that first, but that's okay. I love that I can have so much confidence in this coaching team. And the thing again, I can actually like use it to melt boss melt. What's up, thing?
Into the wind, as one with
wind and cloud.
This may hurt a little. The Temple of Wisdom. Hold the line.
Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Incoming.
Got him. Okay, we got 3 of those. Hog. Let's go do this last one. I don't really care about the friendship. It's okay. I'll get it some other time. Oh, Minnie, are you still there? I had a question for you. Okay, that's done. Daily commission done. Suppose it's time to pause that. Do this, do that. Bop.
Add Astro. Thank you for
The nightbird falls as the curtain, or at the curtain's call.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tataris Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tataris Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma.
Correct.
Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here's just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
So let's go listen in.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tataris Suna mystery is all about.
Inversion of Genesis.
All right, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper.
Alright, there we go. It's bothering me.
If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
I'm right here. If you're looking for the traveler, that's me.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence.
Sawada, for the love of...
That's cap.
Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking.
Yeah, me too, bro. We had this discussion earlier.
Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about TaborTheGamer?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry, I can't help this time.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about TaborTheGamer's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about TaborTheGamer.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't go away.
What just happened? We back? Bruh. If this is happening again. Dude, sometimes I love this shit. Don't you all love technical difficulties? Look, it did enable it again. Why? Why would it do that? Okay, well, I think we're okay now.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabukimono lived in TaborTheGamer for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Stop
Dang.
shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, TaborTheGamer was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Yep. Could be.
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it.
Trying to remember
Have you ever
the
heard
story
of the great
TaborTheGamer.
swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, yeah.
The swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to
Ishikawa?
have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on
Tiana?
around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
There's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human,
Oh.
but a puppet.
We're talking about Wander / Scaramouche.
A puppet?
Come on, Paimon, put 2 and 2 together. The Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with... Oh, are we yeah, with her as we speak. Would be her. The Kabukimono has to be the Balladeer, but... What was he doing 400 years ago in TaborTheGamer?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
We do.
No,
Glare at Paimon and hope she keeps her mouth shut.
no! Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Dang, this guy's really pushing his book on us, isn't he? Alright, time for reading. Author, Sawada, Extract 1. A man arrived in Tatarasuna around 3 in the afternoon. From afar, he spied laborers walking along the mountain roads toward the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They walked like people, convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. My eyes deceive me, Sir Miyazaki. I cannot think that that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first steps on their journey, expression relaxed. Why, Katsuragi? Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. The two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with each other, with the other workers until the path's end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the flame watcher of an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the watcher turn. This watcher was Niwa, armory officer in administration of Tatarasuna. Born of the Niwa clan, which served as one of the 3 pillars of the Ishin art. Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those in power served as a statement unto itself. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression and said, It is as you have had, or it as... I can read, I promise. It is as you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan, yet I still believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procured the materials that you requested. Niwa studied the text and nodded. We should try some of these new forging techniques, whether Kayadahara says yeah or nay. Katsuragi frowned, and with a sigh he said, Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most, sirs. And still, you seek improvement each day with a terrifying drive. Ah, should my lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss. Niwa smiled, replying, And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi? Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his 2 friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflect, and so browsed. I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are as nothing before you. Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps light with the celerity of youth. The head that peeked in was round, and in the light of the fires looked like an oiled jewel. The young man placed some boxed food at the side, and nodding, he prepared to leave. Katsuragi called out after him. What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it? The young man, upon hearing those words, found himself slightly at a loss. After a while, he answered, Very well, I'll try it. You are welcome to the food. We all eat the same fare, after all, Niwa said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. Jesus Christ, how much are we reading? Extract 2. The Kabukimono was by the coast. Sunset fell to the accompaniment of darkness. The bands of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place did thunder clouds roil, grumbling the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk bade with the clouds to kneel upon the land, its supplication mirroring the Kabuki-mono, with knees bent and face pointed toward the waters. None passed that way, and none knew what he was waiting for in silence. Time passed, unmeasured and uncounted, till a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabuki-mono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. Though he was not aware at first, after his steadying gaze was refined by time, he understood. This cloud had marked him from the very start. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering in and out of sight beneath falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides?" Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat, and was joined in its breftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the Kabuki-mono stood idle, slanting his head to study the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who cried out for help, and with a plop, it landed in the at the Kabuki-mono's feet. He crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite out of it. Yet he did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. The Kabuki-mono stared at it blankly, like an awakening dreamer. When he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered as if they had never been there at all. As for the ship, could it have been struck down by a storm? Who was to know? Not the Kabuki-mono. Strike 3. Katsuragi rushed to the doorway and shouted, "My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Sir Niwa, but there is no trace of him. And much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left to seek aid, but he has yet to send us any missive. Look!" Makoshi Nagamasa turned slowly, his face grave as one attending a funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy laden. "I wish not to say such words, Katsuragi, but Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsuragi peered past Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders, beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of black, as if darkness now was the only weather, and might even morph into an abyssal beast, and devour Tatarasuna whole. Over 10 people had already perished. That was why. Katsuragi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in dribs and drabs. That was why he had to set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normally no great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, till the Kabuki-mono himself had departed upon the tides under foul skies and ominous fortunes. It had been Katsuragi who had brought him back and treated him as his own, and it pained him greatly to see the lad go. Yet the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. Even should they sacrifice even more lives, it would have been worth it to gain assistance from Inazuma City. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterward, Nagamasa led a search party into the mountains and the area around the furnace at no avail. Folk began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident, but worry soon turned to suspicion, and they wondered if he had fled, unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents. The people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against his discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut through though he only nicked the silken veil the intruder wore. For a moment, they swayed, and then, like a marionettes pulled by strings, they moved behind Nagamasa, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in fury. "You dare address Sir Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted like mist before his falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. "Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled and charged, held back only by Katsuragi's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace. It seems that the rest of this work remains unfinished. From the existing text, however, it is apparent that this is a novel of fantastical, colorful sensibilities, born from an imagination well utilized.
Oh,
Jesus
and
Christ,
please
that was a...
read my essay draft as well.
Oh no! More reading! Oh god! Yeah, I need a drink. Whew. Details. This text belongs to a series of works sponsored by the Vahomana's Veil Cutter project. It is yet to be numbered. Author, Akaba. Abstract. The Tatsurasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's smithing industry. 2 incidents have occurred here, and the details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, that there might be a hidden history behind the events that transpired. Hence, this paper will attempt to analyze what may have unfolded from the available data. Glossary. Tatsurasuna area. Raiden Gokuden. Mikoshi Nagamasa. Kabukimono. Introduction. This paper continues and expands the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report on the happily hidden tales of Tatsurasuna, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, also known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that do not quite fit the steely nature of metalwork yet linger about Tatsurasuna, which was the central pillar of the forging industry. There, the Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with an eccentric puppet, serve as the 3 windows of insight we need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Strange notes from the Tatsurasuna area. Their contents are as follows. Perhaps I overstep, but I think that Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. Also, Sir Katsuragi discovered a nameless eccentric while patrolling around Nazuchi Beach. The inspector bought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the vice armory officer. He allows me to single Nagamaki. We call it the Daitatara Nagamasa. The inspector was in high spirits, and he and the vice armory officer, the inspector was in high spirits, and he and the vice armory officer. Nozumu was also taken by the beauty of the Daitatara Nagamasa that he drew a picture of it, and he performed a sword dance with that wandering eccentric. And we could not find that eccentric. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade cut deep into the flesh, cast his own Nagamaki into the furnace's flame. Nozomu could not abide by that order, and drew the completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burnt. Nozomu died that night. I dare say that while Sir Katsuragi may have committed malfeasance, it was out of the goodness of his heart. Kinjiro hid the Nagamaki and Nozumu's drawings in the arsenal. Nagamasa is harsh, but also knows right from wrong, but even so, he is not amenable to reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I and some households of Tatsurasuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother, Chiyo, and we trust him. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Daitatara Nagamasa with him, and that joy of watching that nameless eccentric perform that sword dance with Katsuragi. Before we withdraw, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts, one for the inspector, one for the armory officer, and one to be left in Tatsurasuna itself to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector nor the armory officer could be found, so I was bold as to hide the 3 pieces within a treasure chest in Tatsurasuna. I did that, didn't I? The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across the Tatsurasuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seem to be of good physical integrity, though they all look quite old, while the last one looks more recent. I believe that the first 6 notes and the last are of different time periods, though the gulf in years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Remy once mentioned in Haply Hidden Tales of Tatarasuna, hereafter known as Hidden Tales, that in the past, researchers from Sumeru had investigated the cultural histories of Tatarasuna and Inazuma. Though the place has fallen into some degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time when I wrote my original article. Regardless, what used to be an area of major industry remains a place most inhospitable, and residents of Tatarasuna may be found living and dwelling by the waters. The residents, when questioned, told the researchers of Tatarasuna's golden age centuries ago, when it was administered by Armory Officer Niwa, Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. Yet, the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seem to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their homeland's past. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A small portion, however, repeatedly mentions the word puppet. It should be known that puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A puppet did once appear in Tatarasuna. Its visage was elegant, its apparel impeccable, and the way it dressed hid all the joint lines on its body. If no one were to mention that it was indeed a puppet, it would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seemed to possess special joint lines that would fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, which would perhaps eventually make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was known to almost none. Some folk claim to have spotted it appearing around Tataratsuna, while others mentioned encountering it in the central regions of the area. Some even claimed that it would frequent the beaches. Tales spread of it standing beside the sea and gazing across the waters towards Inazuma City. What it was the puppet was gazing at remains a mystery. As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes all document a certain nameless eccentric. The eccentric, which can be read as Kabuki Mono, is usually used in Inazuma to refer to a figure who dresses or behaves in a peculiar manner. It is understandable, therefore, why this character would have left such an impression. The people of Tataratsuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst, incurring mass panic. A good possibility considering the coexistence between yokai and humans in Inazuma at large, then the puppet would have very likely become a local resident. What is less well known is if the Kabuki Mono was just another title for this puppet. Perhaps because it was uniquely dressed to distract attention from its more special characteristics. A workable theory, but one that still lacks enough evidence to support it. Still, it can be retained as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to the Tatsuratsuna has been compiled here based on the historical documents from Inazuma. Starting from the administrators, the records are as follows. Armory Officer Niwa. Full name Niwa Hisahide. He was the inheritor of the Ishin art and successor to the Niwa clan. His family, along with the Akame and Kadehara clans, were together known as the Ishin Sensaku. Records show that Niwa was a modest and intelligent individual who displayed remarkable talent in the administration of territory and people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he was suspected to have left Tatsuratsuna with his family following the incident. Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki. Full name Miyazaki Kaneo. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown, and he primarily assisted Niwa in forging and personnel management. He was of affable temperament and had many friends in the region, including Mikoshi Nagamasa. Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa, the successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son to Oni warrior Mikoshi Chiyo, and the younger adopted brother to Mikoshi Michichiro, also known as Iwakura the Successor. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their history. Though records state that Mikoshi Nagamasa was a stubborn figure, he was also noted to be a person of moral virtue and integrity. It has been noted in various records that he practiced forging swords for self-cultivation, and specially requested special instruction from Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, After the famous blade Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate Katsuragi for reasons unknown at the present. Katsuragi. Katsuragi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find any more additional personal information regarding him. As one of Mikoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by his lord through thick and thin, and to give his life in service if it was but asked of him. Kabukimono. Full name unknown, background unknown. From the many sources I have compiled and combined with Rumi's personal observations, this character might have been the puppet mentioned in the rumors. The Kabukimono was a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back to Tatsuratsuna by Katsuragi and became a member of the community. When the Kabukimono first arrived in Tatsuratsuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, or any work of meticulous nature. The locals taught him their skills over time, showing him how to clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. Records state that the Kabukimono was there when the Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, though his trail ends before Mikoshi Nagamasa slew Katsuragi. I believe that the Kabukimono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. It seems that the rest of this paper remains unfinished. One thing is for sure, though. A lot of thought was put into it.
Sawada was
Jesus Christ, that's a lot
encouraging
already.
me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Yeah, sounds more like a novel.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
I'll leave you to it.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After
Yes.
all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Oh. What's wrong?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
Like him.
the balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Nod. The man, the myth, the legend. The heater.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surastana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It
Yes,
was my
please.
idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
I wouldn't.
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet. ...
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
Yes.
Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't
Obviously,
let him trick you.
trust Nahida.
It's not every day you see people questioning the
True.
God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
So he tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you serious about this? Yes.
Yes.
I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect.
The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns.
Damn!
As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal
Just
with
like
the
me, for real.
Balladeer can
Just
give you the
kidding.
answers you've been longing to find,
Mostly.
then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nahida.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Got it.
Great. Thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Irminsul moment?
Wow. It looks pretty different here compared to last time.
That's pretty.
The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nahida sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I think you
I
two are
understand
being a
that
little
prisoners
smug.
have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Kind of
Sounds
agree,
like
though.
a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
I mean, he's been
If
around a
there are
lot
no
longer.
further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
There's no need for all the biting sarcasm.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling?
Holy shit, use some bone meal.
Darn
Just
it!
kidding.
Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul.
It's different than what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's
I
go.
think we're about to get some
Stay
bombshells.
close. Don't go
I feel
running
like
off.
we are about to get some bombshells.
so-
I don't know why, but
Say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
alright, time to run off. What that?
These sapling things have spread out.
Fragments have dissipated. Wow, it was way
Those
too
are all
fast.
packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
Vision's changed. Look, we've been transported to another path. So you're about to walk right into that one.
It looks the same in every direction.
Space is indeed unusual, but it seems the Balladeer is more used to it than I.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
But why is he so drippy?
We're here.
What a
It's mostly the hat,
huge
but-
tree!
This is the center of Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
Paimon. He hasn't put up any resistance, and he seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First Akaba and Sawada's story is now this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Nahida? Is this telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
I'm guessing that you don't want us to disturb the Balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is this about his past, betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia at Partis Dia. That's what you saw in the Baladier's mind while at Partis Dia.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Baladier into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into 2 people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
And because she still gestures when she's talking in her head.
Oh? How interesting. Those 2 managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you 3 are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
Damn.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
You have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
You're from the
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatarasuna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
That name, Neo is the man in charge of Tatarasuna, plus he belongs to the lineage of the Ishin art.
Whoa!
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else.
You can tell he's related to Kazuo, he's got the little red hair thing.
Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is
Right?
a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatarasuna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected.
What do you mean?
Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine.
Ooh.
Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Sussing him out.
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment.
Rip.
A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
Fucking rip.
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Oh?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity.
Yep.
I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Damn.
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
Damn, you get him, Niwa. Oof.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity.
Damn, dude. This guy's fucking super evil. Was I gonna try? Oh, I love
Jester,
those.
I have completed the task you gave me.
Oh, Jester.
Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Sheesh. Ooh.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore.
Oh.
Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
He was the one behind the Tatsurasuna incident.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
Can
When
he
I
change
touched the
it?
doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his
Oh, okay.
mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
This betrayal was a lie that he has believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. Where does this leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near
The real
him right
betrayal
now.
was Dottore. Okay, let's go over there.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the kabuki mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him.
It was Niwa's
and yet
heart.
This very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed
That's
with anger
so
and sorrow,
fucked.
the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
For real. Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what was behind his decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if if he understands this, can he choose a new path forward?
Oh my god, the forward path.
Tabor, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Yep. While later.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan. Why don't you guys just, like, try to have some sympathy for this man? I know he's, like, tried to kill you a couple times, but, like, you've tried to kill him.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, aren't you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Not unexpected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
What? Elaborate,
the jester
please.
told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time.
Ah, well, there we go. Now we know. For sure. The Jester, another Fatui Harbinger. Why?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Yes.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long.
Was he about to tell
I
us
shared
something
a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
It's awesome.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Oh. Wait, why would you ask that? Hold up. Hold up. We starting to go into God of Time things here? That's interesting though. Is that what Ether is trying to do? Oh my god, okay.
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened?
Yeah,
I
lewd.
not only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
Wait, that look. You see me hesitate? That was because I know about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Oh, well, I guess, yeah. We already technically changed the past. Rukkhadevata was erased from it. Uh-oh.
So long.
What?
I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
It went off to... What did it say? Hold on. I'm gonna watch it on my phone. I gotta know what it said. Uh-oh. I think by not denying it immediately, I gave him the answer to question? That what it was? I don't know why it went away so fast. That was annoying.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Balladeer, stop.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
What's he doing?
From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist.
Oh!
Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
Is he erasing himself?
I never did like
The
insects.
past?
Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladier's fault. He shut you out.
Tell Nahida everything that happened.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Isn't there anything I can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Paimon doesn't remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. Hard to explain in full, and the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata for now and focus on the Balladeer.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible!
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life! It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it!
Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Ooh, Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history.
Huh?
Wow, way to go, Paimon. Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry, Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladier's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress. But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Not necessarily, but maybe.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed, if the Balladeer does erase himself from Irminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. Imagine what the situation would look like. Worst case scenario, it will affect everyone with a connection to the Raiden Gokuden, Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Does this mean they'll disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take
That
our
is
mind
such a
off things?
Paimon thing.
If that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake.
Paimon,
Drained chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation. Golden shrimp balls. Triple layered consomme. Lotus seed and bird egg soup. And...
Jesus Christ.
And...
What's going on? Oh boy, what's going on? Oh, okay, time changed. Paimon, what's wrong?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking?
She forgot about the Balladeer.
Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
You were getting so worried about the situation with the Balladeer that you started listing foods.
The Balladeer?
He did
Is
it.
that a food too? Huh. Weird name though.
Oh snap, how is this gonna change things? Oh no. Oh no, this is Genshin. They're not gonna do it, right? They're not gonna do it. Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer. That must mean he actually pulled it off. But how did he have that ability? This doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was
Dude, the
it
music's
something Paimon
unsettling.
said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
Holy shit. If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Come on, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma. Dude, I swear if they deleted some of the characters, I'm gonna freaking freak.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Now's not the time to explain. Let's get over there first. Holy shit, dog. There's no way, right? It's just gonna twist history a little bit. It's not gonna kill anyone, right? No one's gonna disappear, right? I don't like the fact that that was something that she thought of. I mean, no one disappeared except for Ruka Devata, right? And everyone thought it was Nahida that did everything.
We've made it to Amenoma Smithy.
Well, these guys are all still here.
Ah, it's been a while.
Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the Raiden Gokuden, could you tell me that story one more time?
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting.
Okay.
Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin
Kazuha's alright.
Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Correct.
Oh yeah, we were. Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then too. It seems like such a shame.
What was the reason behind their decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision. to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Legend of the Raiden Gokuden has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. It looks like the Balladeer did something in Irminsul, but it seems Niwa still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
You seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Yeah, he still exists, and he's the same Kazuha I know. Things don't seem as bad as I feared last night. That's all. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
As I said, they wouldn't do that, right?
Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect to be going back to Inazuma today. Kamisato Estate. We gonna see Ayato and Ayaka?
We're here. This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters.
Maybe Toma too? Maybe Sayu?
Traveler, it's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate.
Oof.
They're not here right now.
But they exist.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you. We'll take you up on that offer. Can we take a walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Gosh, it's so weird being the traveler, having all this...
Hello, dears. Is there something you want
having all this
to say?
info that no one else does, because your memory doesn't get changed by Irminsul. Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although, he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Ayato is still the Yashiro Commissioner. Ayaka is still the lady of the house. No changes there. As far as I can see, nothing's changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe and well.
Well, got any more questions?
That's all for now. Many thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
I'm flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking
Bro,
about
this old lady
people
won't
they've
stop
met
talking.
and experiences they've had, you always get a mention. It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company.
Thank you very much. I will visit again.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great.
Paimon. Why is it always
Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Paimon.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Paimon, you're embarrassing me.
Goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
Adarasuna.
Great. Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep. Everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Goodbye. No way. No way I didn't finish Javier's thing. Oh no, I knew it was gonna come and bite me in the ass. I knew it! Fuck. Shit. I should have known. This is why you do world quests. This is why you do world quests, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 11th time, I just don't get it. Just say it. What was the problem this time? The problem this time, Miss Koro, is that your performance just now was completely passionless. When I wrote these lines, my heart was bursting with an empty yet fervent passion. Yes, empty yet fervent. I need you to be more patient. Use your voice to express this rich emotion. Huh, an empty yet fervent passion. What does that even mean? Wait a minute, didn't the casting call say that the script was written by a famous writer? That's absolutely right. This story was adapted from a novel written by the renowned author Kayabuki Ike. And who adapted it, you might ask? None other than myself. Miss Koharu, Mr. Sasano, I am very sorry for making you both go over this so many times. But it's all worth it for the sake of artistic perfection. As such, I hope that. Hold on, I only know one Kayabuki Ike, and everything he submitted to the Yai Publishing House always got rejected. But he wouldn't accept that, so he started publishing his own novels, but not a single one of them sold in the end. Don't tell me that we've been put through the ringer 11 times or something that guy wrote. I've had enough of this nonsense. That doesn't look good. Seems like Koharu's seconds away from flying off the handle. Let's go say hello. So Javier, what are you guys filming? Long time no see. Oh, Tabor and Paimon, my dear friends, how marvelous it is to see your faces at a time like this. As you can see, following the 7th Samurai, I finally came up with a way to secure the necessary resources to shoot another film. Lead role hasn't been decided yet, but thanks to Lord Kamisato's generosity, the funds, props, and nearly all the other early stage problems have already been taken care of. If you don't mind, could I ask you to maybe, possibly at all remember our agreement from before? What agreement? Of course. It's already been a long time since then. After all, you must have had many other important matters to take care of. So it's completely understandable that our first meeting didn't leave an impression. Don't worry, I'm not surprised or disappointed, really. Huh? Tabor's friend of the Yashura Commissioner? So you all know each other? That's right, Tabor was the first friend I made in Inazuma, the Fatui who dumped a bunch of work on me, and those non-communicative samurai don't count. You made friends with Tabor. I guess you can't be all bad. Well, it seems like Javier's got some chops after all. Yes, we're very good friends. Think so? Even though I've never said so, I, for my part, have considered you a true friend right from the start. You aren't just my dear friend. You're my esteemed, reliable true friend. For friends, you don't have to call me any. Of course, and here you are, right at this most dire moment, like an oasis in the deserts of Sumeru, precious and timely. Well, so long as per our previous agreement, you remain willing to play the role of the female lead in my new film. What do you say? Will you be my female lead? I would be honored. Now I can attest to Tabor's ability to improvise. We've traveled together long enough, after all. Getting her to be the main character is definitely a win for you, Javier. Absolutely, I have no doubt of that. Well then, Miss Tabor, here are the scripts for the next 2 scenes. Your scenes are Act 1, Scene 2, and Scene 3. I've highlighted your lines, so please take note of them. Well, it took this much effort to find the right person for the lead role. I might as well give this one more try. Fine, then I will too. Outlander Brigade, when the wind of the death blew towards the blonde samurai script. Prelude. Outside on the quiet countryside in the verdant wilds of Narukami, Haru and Sasano stand back to backs, each speaking with their eyes closed. Wind is coming. Where from? Don't worry about where it's coming from. All you need to know is that it's coming for them. Where are they? That Outlander. They're already walking the path to death. Sasano opens his eyes and walks into the distance holding Haru's hand. Outside the quiet countryside, the Outlander and the two are besieged by the enemy. After escaping with great difficulty, they arrive in the countryside wounded. The Outlander isn't bleeding. This won't do. If this continues, we won't have a chance against them. Well, we'll have to sacrifice ourselves. The two rush out of the frame. How did this happen? The Outlander wears a pained expression, but soon makes up their mind again. I won't lose like this. Don't underestimate my resolve. The Outlander turns and walks back towards the enemy ranks as the screen fades to black. Next scene. Outdoors, the enemy stronghold. As they're making up their mind, the Outlander cuts their way to the enemy stronghold. Don't worry about us. Hurry, go on without us. The Outlander spins around and continuously swinging their weapon. Through this endless rotation, the warrior becomes a golden whirlwind. The golden whirlwind covers every inch of the frame. Every enemy caught in the Golden Whirlwind's endless attacks suffer pain immeasurably worse than that of tooth decay. The Golden Whirlwind rapidly flings all enemies on screen into the distance. When where they land hard on the ground, the Outlanders finally reaches the imprisoned Sasano and Haru, freeing them. This won't do. If this continues, we won't have a chance against them. Smoother, Mr. Sasano, smoother. These lines are just so awkward, though. We'll have to sacrifice ourselves. With feeling, Miss Koharu. Once more with feeling. How did this happen? But I won't lose like this. Don't underestimate my resolve. Very nice. Excellent performance, Tabor. Mr. Sasano, Miss Koharu, you two need to go over our script. The next scene is between you two. We need to do better than this. Tabor, we have a lot of battle scenes up next, so you'll need to complete them with the extras. Try to use the flashiest moves you can. I have a lot of faith in your abilities. I know your performance will be stellar.
Let's get down to
Speed of
business.
light. Stop fighting! Management!
Like how it doesn't even use the Traveler.
Don't blink! Allow me! Nowhere to hide.
Hit the ferry. Lucky day.
Speed of light! Hey! Got lucky that...
The wind knows me.
Come on. Finally,
Let me try my blade.
Don't blink! With sword comes shadow.
Cut down.
Hey, you can really see the AoE of that.
This.
Am I missing something? Oh. Mr. Sano, Miss Koharu, I'm disappointed in both of you. The difference between these crude shots and a true film is like Mondstadt's dandelion wine and apple cider. One is alcohol, one isn't. They simply aren't the same thing. Heavens above, I just don't even know how to describe it. You can't remember your lines, your readings are all over the place, and you're not giving me any emotion. How am I supposed to work with this? This is a crime against art. This can't go on, my friends. I'm really sorry that you're so disappointed, but I don't plan on continue taking part in this. You can reprimand or punish me, but I'm not going to keep doing this either. Mr. Sasano. I mean, I know that there have been some issues with these performances, but it's nothing a few more rehearsals can't fix. There's no need. We could practice 100 times and I still wouldn't understand what your script is about. I share the sentiment. Why would these two characters suddenly sacrifice themselves and run off to where the enemy is? No matter how you look at it, it just doesn't make any sense. They are just dragging the main character down. And the lines at the end are so awkward, I feel embarrassed just reading them. In short, I quit. Goodbye. Yep, that's that then. How could you? With Sasano and Koharu gone, we shan't have enough actors to continue filming. This is bad. There, it's okay. I'm so sorry. Your efforts, I fear they shall go to waste now. It's fine. I confess, I'm at a loss for words. I'm going to Uyu Restaurant for a moment. I need to be alone, I'm sorry. We'll talk about this matter the next time we meet. Oh, Javier's gone too. Seems like he's in pretty bad shape. He must be taking the argument they had earlier really hard. Do you think we should go cheer him up a bit? Paimon remembers him mentioning Uyu Restaurant. If you think we should go, then let's go look for him. This better not be time-gated like his first set of quests. Pretty sure you had to do it daily, IRL. Correctly. If I have to wait to do the Archon quest because I didn't do this goddamn quest that I knew I should have done. I really need to work on my world quests. I'm gonna have to like dedicate a day to that. I like world quests. I like the lore. I like the world building, but oh, I spaced it. And I haven't had time. You found me. Yeesh, it reeks of booze around here. You're drunk, aren't you, Javier? Oh, easy on the drinks. Don't say that. It's ruining the vibe. Sound like my mom. Come on, let's drink together. Maybe some other time. What kind of friend are you? You're no fun. Wasn't it just, right? When we were filming, I was being questioned madly, so yeesh. Actually, I don't blame Miss Koharu or Mr. Sasano. They were very cooperative at first. That is to say, or I think that is to say, it's probably because I'm not that talented. Don't say that. You really are a good person, you know that? You're so good. Here, let me give you a hug. Hey, a minute ago you were drunk as a skunk. You're not taking advantage of the situation to get chummy with us, are you? I'll kindly decline. You know that film I worked so hard on before? Well, the higher-ups at the Tenryu Commission didn't like it too much. They didn't come right out and say it. They were totally silent, which means they didn't approve. But I refuse to accept this. I refuse. This time I was able to get funding from Lord Kamisato to make this film, so I must take this seriously, don't you think? My dearest, most adored good friend, you're closer to me than a sibling, so I'll tell you something about me. I'm an engineer. But I think I can be more than an engineer. I've read lots of books and I can write stuff. I could also be a film writer, an actor, a director. I'm not talking out of my hat here. I could really do it. Don't you believe me? I believe you. Great. I would kiss you if I could, but I drank a smidge too much and my breath stinks. Don't get the wrong idea, Tabor. I just think you're truly my most dearest and bestest friend. My best friend, I must treat you to a meal today. I won't take no for an answer. My dear fellow, we order food from you, correct? Come, my friend, order whatever you like. Tri-flavored skewer, please. That's all? No. Unacceptable. You are my best friend, the best friend of Javier Manafontaine. Being stingy with my friends would damage my character, and I am, if nothing else, a person of character. My dear sir, we'll have the tri-flavored skewer, tonkatsu ramen, and whatever else you serve here. Understood. Erica, one of everything for this table. Dear Tabor, dear Paimon, now this is what I call a real meal. Come, let's eat for our dreams. A meal with Javier. You're a good guy, Javier. You're Paimon's best friend. Well, one of them anyway. How was everything? Simply divine. I could taste the lake in your rice and fish. That sweet and delicate aroma is just like what I'd have in my hometown of Petrichor. Is that so? I'm glad you liked it. Now, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but this film you mentioned sounds very interesting indeed. Could you tell me more about it if you wouldn't mind? Ooh, so this Outlander has the resolve to stand up and fight when things get tough. Impressive. But to be honest, there's so little thought or hesitation involved here that this person barely seems human at all. When they meet an enemy they can't beat, they summon up the courage to charge anyway. They actually triumph. That sort of daring is actually rather frightening. You're still young, Mr. Javier. I take it that you've never experienced such life-threatening situations before. Certainly not life-threatening, no, but is this the reason why my script has been criticized, Well, let me put it this way. Is having an identical experience first strictly necessary to writing a good story? From what I understand, quite a number of great authors are homebodies. Besides, I find this no-nonsense swords-drawn approach very Inazuma-esque. Since I've come to Inazuma, I should make some films with that Inazuma flair. Mr. Kayabuki's original work was also in this style, and in order to preserve these unique elements, I have decided to honor the source. Ah, you mean Kayabuki Ike? Interesting lad, to be sure. Javier, I'm moved by your dedication to film. I can't help but be reminded of a story I once heard. Ah, sitting in a restaurant, eating and listening to stories like this is also so Inazuma. I love it. I feel the same. Nom 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 nom. You guys go on. Paimon's just gonna finish up over here. Long, long ago, there lived someone named Seishimaru. Seishimaru was born to samurai parents who worked for powerful people. Well, they weren't very powerful themselves, but they weren't too bad either. But these parents seemingly made a strange error in their work, incurring punishment and eventually submitting to their execution. Unable to accept their deaths, Seishimaru toiled to find the samurai family that carried out the sentence. Truth be told, the responsible party did everything by the book, and the family serving as an executioner normally shouldn't have been blamed for the sentence they were ordered to carry out. This family was also acquainted with Seishimaru's. Goodness me, this story is pretty hard to tell without naming names. For now, suppose that the family responsible as the Wakayama clan, to all the good people in Inazuma named Wakayama, please don't hate me for this. Ah, as I was saying, blinded by hatred, Seishimaru decided to take revenge on the Wakayamas. But by then, the person who had personally beheaded Seishimaru's parents had already passed away, leaving the eldest son in charge of the Wakayama estate. This person happened to also be Seishimaru's childhood friend, but now they had become enemies. This is a story of friends becoming foes. Very clever, you hit the nail on the head. Paimon knows something awful's gonna happen next. It doesn't matter if it's Mondstadt, Liyue, or Inazuma. It's always the same wherever you go. So true! Indeed. There is nothing new under the sun. People always lose themselves due to the same old things. I suppose there are plenty of stories like this one in Fontaine, too. Anyway, before any action was taken, Seishimaru, supposedly remembering the old days, took out a tamari and a sword and let the eldest son of the Wakayama family choose between them. What does that mean? Now, how should I know what Seishimaru was thinking? Still, I think that the tamari and sword represented life and death respectively. Having made the wrong choice, the Wakayama's eldest son had no choice but to accept being pursued and slain by Seishimaru. What an ill-fated lad. But before Seishimaru could even come knocking at his door, an illness took him. I don't know if that was lucky or unlucky. Dying of an illness and being killed both mean dying either way, so who knows which would have been better. Not hard to blame Seishimaru for his death. If it weren't for the former's being bent on revenge, the latter wouldn't have needed to lay low until he fell ill. After that, the younger Wakayama child immediately sought vengeance. Good grief, the cycle never ends, does it? Seishimaru was forced into hiding in the mountains before eventually disappearing. Some say Seishimaru fled in the fear of the Wakayamas, while others say he let himself sink into the depths of the ocean to quench his burning hatred. Whichever ending you wish to believe, no one ever saw Seishimaru ever again. To this day, such fretful matters and hate and shame should all have flowed into the ley lines with Seishimaru's death. Since this whole dispute has lost its source, just take and all was well again to be this story's ending. That's it? So, not even you know where the Seishimaru went. Yeah, all was not well at all. What kind of ending is that? I'm sorry, but that is how the part I heard ends. After all, it's a tale that's been spread to many places, so such vagueness is unavoidable. Back to the issue, you see, Mr. Javier, you need a story with an ending that leaves people wanting more. Mr. Okazaki, I must say that you are indeed a gentleman of great insight. I wouldn't be surprised if the legend of Seishimaru took place in Fontaine, especially one of the legend's endings, where the one where Seishimaru disappears to put an end to his hatred. That sounds just like what a friend of mine from Samara would do. I want to thank you for your kindness and the nudge you've given me, and not just through the story. Your unique way of giving advice has given me just the inspiration I needed. I think I know what was missing from my film before. Thank you, Mr. Okazaki. This is for the meal. If I can manage to write an even better script, I'll come back and offer you my most solemn gratitude. What the fuck? Why'd the lighting change? Must be nighttime. Haha, tell you what, I really envy your youth and drive, traveler. To be able to befriend such a person is a gift from the gods. You must be a special person as well to have been so blessed. Good things surely await you and Mr. Javier. I really need to, like, look into updates before I need to know what world quests I need to check. W. Truly a gamer moment. The story is quite complete, but it's lacking some emotional turmoil. Javier? Heavens forgive me, I'm a real souse this morning, I am. I left my friend in the restaurant after completely forgetting about them. But I think I can now write an all-new, presentable script now and give this one more shot. It'll definitely work this time. No, I'll make it work. Please allow me a little more time. Just one day will suffice. But it's going to be tricky with those two actors. Ms. Koharu and Ms. Asano don't seem keen on trying again. But I can't blame them either. I'll just have to think of something when the time comes. Can I help in any way? No. I couldn't ask for anything more comforting than having you here to listen to me vent. My dear Tabor, you are indeed a great listener. Miss Paimon, if my behavior was at all untoward just now, can you forgive me? I didn't mean you any offense. Oh, Miss Paimon, that has a nice ring to it. Alright then, the magnanimous Paimon has decided to forgive you. Wonderful, I feel much better now. Let's meet tomorrow at Komori Tea House. I'll bring an even better script, you see. This better be not a real tomorrow. It's great that he's so motivated, but it's like Mr. Okazaki said. Is it really okay for him to do it all by himself? He's gonna write a brand new script in one day. That's a scary big job, isn't it? I'd like to help him. Maybe you should let Javier work out the script by himself. Paimon thinks we can help him with his actor problem instead. I'll go talk to the actors. Yeah, that should take a load off his back. And I just continued. Let's go. Oh wait, no. I think we're good. I should finish that quest sometime though.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something? Or someone?
Well, now we get to hear his voice.
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Holy shit, you know, I wasn't far off. He's a little more enthusiastic, but I did try to give him like a deeper voice. I think this might be Prozed.
Xavier? What are you doing here?
Okay,
I
totally
was in the
butchered his
general
name.
area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
You know much about Tatarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
Well, you understand the history of this area.
Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation, goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Mechanic, huh? Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
I am.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
Maybe I am.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much. So, can I ask you one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the Kabuki Mono connected to the Tatarasuna?
A Kabuki Mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a Kabuki Mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
There's no more Kabuki Mono. Did the Volunteer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was. But so far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you. I don't even know how they said it. Xavier?
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Xavier. I'll try to remember that. Xavier.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Time to go back and see Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
That's like the 5th time she said that. She's putting up too many flags. Too many flags. Paimon's gonna die or betray us.
Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Oh, that'd be really weird if she did, because she's gotta talk in a lot of, like, world quests. So maybe not. Or if she does, we can rewind time and change it. Or something.
Hey, it's them!
These guys thinking. These clowns.
Akaba, so
Kidding, they're not clowns.
You're still here?
Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us
Oh yeah, we gotta
about?
see if their thing changed.
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Perfect. These two have researched Tatsurasuna's past. See what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article that you let me read last time was great.
Huh? Oh, of course.
It seems shorter. Oh. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk history. A small portion, however, repeatedly mentions the word outsider. It should be known that the appearance of such a character, who is suspected to be based on a real person, is a very curious case. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A foreign mechanic once visited Tataratsuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanics seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around essential or restricted areas, and if someone tried to turn him away, they would only earn incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanic often stared into the furnace, seemingly to check on its condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial amount of time watching the local residents. Judging from the era, it was not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchanges of technical knowledge in places such as Tataratsuna. After traveling across the tides, foreign experts being welcome in the region was likely not unreasonable either. Yet calamity came not long after this exchange of knowledge, which hints at a potential or high potential for causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that these assumptions were merely the results of their forebears' overreactive imaginations, attempting to theorize how things actually unfolded. The mechanic. Long have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a specter of a clue as to his background. Still, mentions of the mechanic grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tataratsuna incident. I speculate that instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from overripe imaginations, he actually did exist, and perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place in Tataratsuna.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well? Here.
Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared by the door was that Hi, Lord. was that of one from abroad. The newcomer placed some lunchboxes to one side, nodded, and made to leave. Katsuragi called out after him. Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry? The man smiled upon hearing Katsuragi's words. I already ate. I hope that you, my lords, may also find time to sate your hunger soon. You are a guest, sir. To see you help in these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment, Niwa said with sincerity. The man smiled, as if it was no matter. Then with a nod, he departed. Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat, and was joined in its bereftness of direction. A charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help, and with a plop, it landed at the mechanic's feet. Crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite. Yet he did not. The dark cloud swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. The second ship was sent, followed by a third, and a fourth. Each who left to seek salvation did so under foul skies and bleak fortunes. Reasons dictated that they should not have risked anyone else. The situation in Tataratsuna was severe. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, even should it cost them more lives. Content has changed, another effect of tampering with the information in Irminsul. Volodya said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded, it must have taken all his might, but still.
What do you think?
A masterpiece.
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Sure.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow, so many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well, so it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Amanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
We've got some things to take care of. Bye for now.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything
Why
else.
is my dog barking? Jasmine!
Will do.
Oh, must have got out of their car across the street or something. What the dog doing? Jasmine! Sometimes. Dog do be doing. What's up, Nahida?
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer? This sounds like
So
some
even
kind of
she
code
doesn't
name.
remember. Oh no.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Nahida doesn't remember. It's like last time, any changes to Ermin's soul in fact affect her as well. Balladeer acted quick. Finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I am the record keeper.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. Deviart, you piece back together the story that was broken and scattered across time. There once was one named the Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tataratsuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis, and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The traveler comes from a world beyond Tevat. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
You can say that again.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm not really sure. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspective on all of this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything? Or save someone? Or want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. Time to solve this once and for all. That's all there is to it. Still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically. My hesitation gave him his answer. Hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rukadavada erase her own existence. I can't tell Nahida that. Put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them that.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
Just feel empty. Chose such a radical option, and yet...
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again.
Oops, I turned off.
He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense, every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
He changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? Betrayals in his life? Or wish he'd never existed at all?
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner.
That's hilarious. It was tucked away in a corner.
You should take a look.
The present information is presented to you in a way that resembles a fairy tale.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
Matches everything I said.
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's what she was doing.
Incredible! What a great idea!
Probably.
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends.
It's a cute illustration.
The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us.
Among us!
Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster
Among
smiled,
us.
led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it.
Oh shit.
The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin."
So the doctor is the monster, and
The fire
kitten
was
is
extinguished,
Scaramouche.
but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live.
Sag.
It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good.
Sag. That was his friend.
Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
Damn. Actually, really well told story. Fairy tale.
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god,
Time to
he
import
was
it to a new puppet.
experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
I've never had this feeling before. Feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended.
Time to put the memory in a new puppet.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions.
It's a Gozanimo.
We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny.
Their own what?
To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar! That'll be sure to lift our spirits.
Opium.
It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
The best travel companion ever. I think I probably agree with that. Love or hate Paimon, she's still great. Most people just hate her though because it's annoying. I understand. But like, she's annoying in a I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really like Paimon. Although I feel like she's keeping stuff from us. Sussy Paimon. You gonna see any of our friends? Nilu, maybe? Nilu, Unizard, Sino, Alhaitham. Yeah. All of the above.
We're here! What should we eat first?
A nagging feeling like there's something I'm missing, something important that I'm forgetting.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Sorry, it's just give me a minute. I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain, let's stick this out. Gotta be in there somewhere. It was something about Irminsul and deleting oneself. Greater Lord Rukadavada, forbidden knowledge, Nahida.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Yes, that was it. Greater Lord Rukadavada. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation unless her Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There'd be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't tell Paimon. Doesn't know about Greater Lord Rukadavada. This is a crucially important detail. It's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence. In which case, the question is, what happened to her?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with
Who's
the last
this?
bill. Look.
Oh, it's
here.
It's him. It's him. It's literally him. It's Wanderer. Triple exclamation point question mark?
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy. It's the Balladeer.
He's who?
Who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop.
Stop.
I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
A drifter!
That's right, I am.
That's what I'm gonna call him.
We can talk more about that later. First,
He's now drifter.
Let me get those fruits you needed.
Oh, that's
Sunsettias,
Razor.
was it? I'll be right back.
Razor's drifter.
What do we do now?
Let's follow him.
Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see
Oh,
you.
stealth mission time. Do. Oh, maybe not. What the dog doing? Hey Genshin, when are we gonna be able to pet the dog? Stalker much?
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the Balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsettias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Shush.
Oh, alright.
Even
This
she
should
told
be
her.
enough.
Shush. Paimon's been shushed
Guess I
every
should wash them before I
similar
take them
chapter.
back.
I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes. I would never believe.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
This is Paimon.
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right. We were following you.
Have we met before? No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
There's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Dude, he's kind of wholesome now. He kind of reminds me of Kazuha.
He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Alright.
Then let's return to the city.
He still doesn't have his vision yet, because his vision goes in that little circle, right? Bro. This is sick. I like this. It's like he didn't completely erase his existence, but he basically reset himself in a way. What the fuck? Jasmine! I don't know why she just keeps barking, dog. What the dog doing? Jasmine! No! Jasmine! Oh my god, I'll be right back.
I'll be able to see Milu perform again. I'll be able to see Milu perform again.
Well, the dog is in the room now. Oh, and I run into the dog in here.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
Let's go.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Okay, hold on. I'll be back again. I was getting pretty tired of my dog begging at my feet.
You always have to
For
seize
nothing.
the opportunity while it's there.
Oh gosh, I'm really taking the long path, aren't I? It's okay. We'll take the scenic route. Just kidding. Oh my god, that's not where I wanted to go. Oh, it is. We're good.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You tell Lesser Lord Kusanali what happened at the Graben Bazaar.
You say that you're trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation? Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
We're just trying to think of where to start.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
We were each other's enemies.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything! What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the God of Wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Damn.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
Oh, domain.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
Holy shit, it's a VR.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
Full dive.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
And now we're just finishing the job.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
True.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
That's just not how life works.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Oh.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick.
Sounds like you're sick too, buddy.
He kept coughing all the time, just like me.
Oh,
Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
Did he
This
not die of
child didn't have a
sickness?
name. Or rather, the balladeer
Trailer made it
didn't
look
know
like he
what to call
died.
him. His father
Fire.
died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too. The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Bro, I kind of want like a chapter where he reunites with A. Although, was it A that made him or Makoto that made him? I think it was A.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What
Jester.
you are truly is a weapon. One that can be wielded with an iron will. You can continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
Long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
They wouldn't put one all the way back here, would they? This is where I came from. This is where I came from. Oh, this room looks familiar.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this
Laura?
rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
That aged great.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
Ooh, got him.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Except you're gonna be dead, so...
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
This was moments before disaster.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Oh my god, what was that?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than
I have
other
never had
humans.
Genshin lag like that.
Do you really count that as an asset?
I like overheating or
You're
something.
about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno.
Oh.
But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
What was that though? For
Nowhere
real?
to hide.
I've never had the game lag that hard ever.
Into the wind.
Don't blink! Hey! Look at me. Just once more. Looks like we have arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Or in the factory.
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
He's the doctor and all of this.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
You're a god.
The fight.
Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
Ace.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
What are you saying?
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
What's the true meaning of Lord Rukkhadevata's words? A person can't erase themselves, and even though the original Balladeer has gone, this person will live on in him. Are a person's sins as an inescapable part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
Oh snap, here comes his
You
memories.
have made your decision. Now, take this.
Oh snap. Ooh. Is he gonna go sicko mode?
him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here?
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Hang in there, buddy.
Is he alright?
Yeah. Oh! The mech is back? I guess we're still in the memory, huh? We had to refight it? Oh, no blade action! Let's go, Lubin! Ooh. Oh, block that! Yo, what? Bro, she just did like Kuching's burst!
Hey, are you done yet?
I'm on chill. Oh? He's gonna block it, right?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
Yo. Oh snap. And everyone died. Roll credits. Just kidding. Look at him go. He's being granted his vision. Yeah.
Die.
Whoa. Let's go.
This is trying my
Oh,
patience.
sick. We get a 1v1.
You got any more stupid questions?
It's like fighting himself. I hope I can't die.
Churn! Quit following me.
I don't know the best way to attack. I'm just doing it. Flying up.
Insignificant past.
Squall and Fury.
Dude, I just love how sick he plays. Like, no other character plays like
At
this.
my command, you shall fall.
The wind rises.
Dude, he can just dodge everything. Dodge this.
Feeble human.
Oh. Squall and Fury.
I don't know what. I think it's probably better to. I don't know if it's better to use his Q in the air or what.
Know your place.
Oh shit. Okay, I can't die, bro.
Insignificant past.
Search for it.
Come on now.
The wind rises.
Feeble human.
Got him.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
Based.
It disappeared. Did we win?
We didn't do anything. It was all him.
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There we go.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self.
Wait, so since his memory is returned...
But it was you inside that thing, too! What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now you've recovered your memories. The past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me.
Oh.
But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Me, myself, but not I.
Welcome back, Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
It kinda did, to be honest.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the 6th is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation.
What the hell's going on?
But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is
That's
removed
so cool.
from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Nihira doesn't see you in that way.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope you can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
I wanted to know what you changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
I didn't do all of this for a reward.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to 0. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
True.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
And how are you gonna do that?
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Paimon.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
Huh? You want us to decide?
No! Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
Name change rules. We're actually gonna change his name. Rules and disclaimers for name modification. You can obtain the item an appellative stroke from the Archon Quest interlude and version of Genesis, which allows you to change Eon's Drift Wanderer animals. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you have renamed this character, some interfaces in the game going forward will display the name that you have chosen. There's a limit on the number of times you can rename this character, but do so with care. Disclaimer: travelers, please ensure that you follow our terms of service while using this function to create a healthy gaming environment. Please read and confirm that you will not instigate or take part in the creation of content that discriminates against any race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, government, or region, the bullying or insulting of any travelers or groups of travelers, any other content or behavior that violates the terms of service. You may have to restrict your use of the game services if you do not follow these rules. This may include suspension, restriction, a name reset, forced disconnection, login suspension, or account forfeiture. At the same time, you are welcome to use the report function to send feedback to us if you encounter an aforementioned situation. Oh no, what do I name him? Do I actually name him Drifter? That'd be kind of funny. I don't know what to name him. I don't know what to name him. Hmm. Oh, I can name him Ronin. Means wanderer. I think I'm gonna name him Ronin. That's actually sick. I bet he... I think I'm gonna do Ronin. That sounds sick as fuck.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think this will do.
Oh, all right. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Still thinking. Stop rushing me!
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
Oh.
You mean
Going after
the
Dottore?
Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now
Yo, I
that
wanna
your
see that
stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Fine.
No nonsense. I like it. All right, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There were some bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Oh yeah, we never ate.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Return to the resting place. Ah, so that was gonna be the end right there. Right.
Whew, it's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
I'll buy you some delicious treats as a reward.
Wow, great!
She really is like a flying pet.
Look at the vase.
You don't remember knocking it over? What about it?
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
That night we stayed here. I'm under the table after being startled by something to do with the balladeer and broke the vase. The balladeer erased his existence. He changed the world. So why is this vase still broken?
You sound lost and confused.
What? Dude, it's gonna be a fucking cliffhanger, isn't it? Who's that?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Definitely.
Unfortunately, the fate of Teyvat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance. But for anyone else...
Fontaine Archon?
Who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
True.
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is
I
but
feel like
an
I'm
illusion.
being like pinged by some like a Persona character.
The voice has disappeared.
What was that? That had to be Fontaine Archon, right?
And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Believe my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
Why don't we just clean it up?
It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
I wonder what else awaits me in the future. Bro, you can't just put a teaser like that. That's so mean. That's so mean, Hoyoverse. That's so mean. Ronin. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's mad.
Relax.
I'm not gonna have enough of the
I
freaking
can see the great
shrooms.
deal of effort you put forth.
Oh, he does a lot of breathing.
The wind is blowing this way. What did you do? Relax.
You're so angry, bro. God, his breathing's making me uncomfortable. What is this, ASMR?
You aren't worried about making me more powerful?
Cool. Is it like a Super Saiyan?
Relax.
Damn. HP though. Oh my god, look guys, it's Hatsune Miku! She's fucking so cute though. For real. All these characters I haven't even touched. Oh. When time is not on your side. Go kill this bitch again. Yo, level 1, let's go! Like the second time I got that that mushroom thing.
One with nature, as one with wind and cloud.
This way, turtles. Make yourselves at home. Allow me. With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Don't blink. Hey! Speed of light.
Got him. Alright, one more of those, I think. Yeah, there's some of those shrooms. While we wait. Since Nahida is a goat. Not literally though, like Ganyu. But she's the greatest of all time. I'm misremembering? I sworn there's a bunch of shrooms in here. Or they're over here. I see one. I see another one. Worth for the E-skill passive alone. She's honestly such a good character. Fucking Genshin music. It's so good, dude. The composers needs to go down as one of the greatest of all time. I cannot believe how many songs they've composed. In different styles at that. Completely different styles. It is unbelievable.
Hey! Everyone hold hands!
Is that too far? Damn, I played myself. I done played myself. And there's a bunch over in Fatima Forest. Oh, I got a third one somewhere. I do wonder why this mirror maiden's here. She seems out of place. And then I'll access this image.
Here to play with me?
No, I'm not here to play with you. Although, that could be fun. Wait, what? I did not say that out loud. Still actually attacking me? What a mad lass. What a mad lass.
I see everything.
Bro, no way. The rock cock blocked me.
Everyone hold hands.
Alright, bitch, did you respawn? Yeah.
Don't blink.
The clouds high. The birds come.
Rest and rebuild. Nowhere to hide. Sheet of light.
Gotta be HP, that's okay. Okay, now I need to spend condensed. As I work tomorrow. Condensed do I have? Probably 5. 4. One more chance to change his name if I don't like it.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Yeah. Just get 2 runs in this, maybe 3. Probably 2 though. 2 runs.
Witness the power of Gua. Know my soul. Allow me. Roll.
That's right, I need to get that new artifact domain. Actually, I want to see what people come up with for Nilou. I feel like that new artifact is going to be really good on Nilou. Then, of course, I got to get their artifact set for, Christ. Or, Wanderer.
You are not welcome here.
Committed to memory, the Temple of Wisdom.
We'll meet again.
Holy shit, 24 seconds. Yeah, circle it. Alright. Well, that's gonna be it, gamers. Thank you so much for watching. I will probably be back tomorrow. Probably do more Genshin, I think. Maybe. I don't know, Destiny. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Depends on what I feel like after work. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I will